9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Hello, welcome everybody to the Crazyhouse Shield Arena. As you may recall, I managed to win the last one, and today I will give it a go again. Hopefully I will be able to defend it this time. And my intention is to play this whole tournament, but we'll see how it goes. Alright, first game. Miranda N Gaming. Coming in with the bishop on g7 probably, then rook g8 and maybe queen takes g5. He could try pawn at f6, but that allows pawn at b2 and probably is not to be advised. Okay, so he goes knight c3. Okay, let's take on g5 with the knight. This bishop is now still attacked. Right, I'll take here. And now I think I can just take on g5. And he will probably try knight at h5 or knight f3. And I need to make sure that I stabilize a bit. Trying to provoke knight at c4. But he goes at h7 immediately. Now knight d5 back, alright. Looks like he wants to trade a bishop and then go bishop at f6. I'm trying to find out if I can counterattack here with pawn at g3. Looks very interesting. Let's just go for it and see if it works. If not, then well, it's a very long tournament, so there will be a lot of chances. Okay, now we take this, drop a pawn at f2 maybe, and then a knight at e4. And this is a bit awkward for him. Maybe now I can go bishop at c4. Maybe knight at e4 first. Let's see, bishop at c4 blocks with the pawn. I'll take the knight. Then he has bishop at f6. Bishop at f6 is just very annoying. Okay, we'll go knight at e4, cover here, threaten this. But maybe still bishop at f6 is coming to save this piece. Okay, he goes bishop at h4. I think that allows some sort of blockade. So knight takes e7. I think it runs into knight takes c3. Knight takes d1. Okay, so covering c3. Could go like this. And then knight back. Queen at f8. I think I'm fine then. So let's just take here. If he takes, then there is this fork. Winning the queen back. Oh, sorry about that last one. Like this. But he probably has to go for it for this. Let's see, maybe I have some in-between move here. Knight at g4, for example. Looks useful. And only now to take the queen. Because now there are some threats. Let's put a bishop here. He can take this one if he wants to, yes. But he does not have any threats on my king, so I'll just try to continue attacking. Knight takes f1 next. And then pawn at d2, or bishop at e3, I mean. So removing this knight, and then the bishop will come at e3. And this is close to mate. Let's see. Very close. Okay, and let's go knight d4. If he takes, queen at d2, king here, pawn here. Wins another queen. And moves the rook back from the back rank, so now I'm a bit safe there. I don't see the clear path to mate, so I'll just take the knight. Threaten knight at e5, a bunch of things. And this knight is covering e7. And with the +2 increment, I should be fine here. Promote to a knight and then queen f2. There we go. Okay, first game in the back there. Against Miranda and game in. Strong player. It's also in the last Shield Arena, I believe, battling with me. Right, and we have Metzer up next. Player who I've got a good record against, but it's never easy. Let's go knight b4, trade queens. Because now maybe I'm a bit annoying at c2. Let's just block with the queen. If he trades, then I have a piece developed. Okay, he does not trade. Now knight at d4 comes in. I think he had to deal with this. The idea is, of course, just to take on c2 because I'm threatening it twice. But also the idea is to take on f3. And the piece is hanging, but if you take it, then knight takes c2. And I have this fork and I win the queen. So this is looking like a strong tactic. And yeah, I think he has to give up some material here. The defensive move that would defend both these threats is knight at e1, but there's a king on e1, so. What's his idea with this move? I think I can just take this. And the same threat still exists. Yes, he resigns already. Okay, good start. And another 2200 player. Thanks, Dr. Strange. Welcome in the chat as well. Yeah, this is asking for something pawn at f5. Maybe pawn at e6. Okay, let's go pawn at e6. Yes, he was expecting it already. Because the idea is to take here, of course. And then take with the queen. I think he's giving this one away, and he already resigns, yeah. Knight takes e5, and then the queen drop will be made shortly. Slightly misplayed the opening there, strike 2, 8, 6, 7. Okay, so off to a good start. Beat 3 strong players. Alright, now we have Drawbush. And berserking is of course a big risk here because the increment falls as well as the half of the time. And in 3+2 that's gonna make a difference. So, but against players under 2000 I feel comfortable doing that. Well, not that comfortable, but at least I feel like I should try it to gain some early points. Because in these arenas, if you win with the berserk, if you didn't know that, then you get an extra 2 point, or extra point, I mean. If he takes back knight at c2, it's already in a comfortable position here. Let's just put it on e4, block this, and maybe go knight at f5 or something like that. Hitting the queen, guarding h4, bishop d6. Yeah, this looks like a good plan. I basically got a free knight there. And I sacrificed a piece before, so okay, the pieces are now the same. But he has, I have a lot of pawns that I can use, and that will be annoying in his position. Let's see, let's go knight at e1, attacking the queen of course, but also making some ideas like this later. I think h3 now is good. He can take this one if he wants to. Okay, I'll take this. Opening up the queen. Let's go pawn at h3, and now the queen comes in with check, and then the queen mates on h2. He could have gone back as well, but then g2 would have come with devastating effect. So yes, berserk paid off there. And Angelinus, okay. Usually in these Shields arenas I get a lot of players that I don't recognize. But I guess that's a good thing. New players trying to play the game. Looking at g2 already, and pawn at g4. Forcing my way into g2. Let's see, knight takes f7, take, knight at e5, and then just king e7. Okay, I had to check if this is strong enough, but I can just take the sacrifice. threatening the queen as well as defending my bishop here. And next I'll develop this bishop and just be safe. Okay, now I'll choose to save this one first, then bishop d6 or bishop b4. Now with knight takes f7, I'll first play bishop b4 probably, just to give my king some squares to run to. Because yeah, the bishop on f8 is blocking an important square for the king. So he could try something here, but I don't think that it's that good. So maybe he'll just take this pawn. It's possible as well. But he has to watch out for knight at g2 ideas, or knight at h3, something like this. Yeah, so principally speaking, this bishop should not be here. It should have been developed already, but tactically speaking, he does not get anything out of knight takes f7, at least nothing concrete. And he has these holes in his position to watch out for. Alright. He comes up with queen a4. I'll just block with the pawn. Because I have berserked, so I should not use that much time here. But even now bishop b4 is possible if you take it, knight at c2. Okay, so he covers against bishop b4. Then we just put some pieces on the board. Trying to trade this off, or make him use a bishop on c3, and then these two bishops will be just pawns basically. Yeah, it's a bit of a risk, Ominous, you're right. But okay, and this is a long tournament, so yeah. I'm gonna berserk some games and also gonna lose some games, so why not take a few risks as well when we're at it while we're at it. Okay, Angelina's Lini is also getting in time trouble now. Anti-castles, okay. Let's move bishop e7 then. Finally created the square on f8. And now that I feel a bit safer, I'll start thinking about attacking his king. Okay, I'll take. Probably he takes with the knight. Okay, he does not. He wants maybe to go like this. Okay, I'll take here. Yeah, I get that, Ominous, but it sometimes could be dangerous indeed. Because a provisional rating could just also mean that someone is from another side or something and is probably very strong. Oh, that's hanging. That I thought it was mate, but it wasn't. But we'll get him here anyway. There we go. And sometimes these tournaments also get duplicate accounts or something like that. So yeah, you have to be a bit on the lookout for this this provisional question mark, which means that they are not that how do you call it? They don't play that much. Thanks, Ominous. Start is going well indeed. Thanks for the follow, Polar Dragon 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's good news, because that actually, you are actually my 100th follower. And that's very nice, because I've started this as just a hobby basically, and the support with the follows, that's nice. Okay, putting the bishop on z3 here. He will probably try something here and make use of these pawns being a bit overextended. And the bishop on g3 guards h4, but it also threatens knight at b7. Let's go a3, lure him into taking here, and then go knight at b7. And he covers d6, but he does give up his queen. Now we'll take the bishop back. Now he has some sort of opening here. Ah, that's nice, Ominous, the part with 100 followers, but you're taking a break from streaming for a while. Okay, let's see what to defend here. I think I just have to block his rook of getting in, so knight at h5. He could try bishop at h3 or e3. But then I just take. Oh, maybe I've allowed knight at g4. Knight at g4, I've allowed that. That would have been mate. Knight at g4 takes, knight at h3. Ah, no, he had one knight. He missed one knight there. Okay. Seeing ghosts. Guarding important squares here. I think I'll take and knight at f5. Ah, knight at c4 missed. Okay. Playing a bit too quick here, too quickly. And this just feels like it's losing. Bishop takes c2. Should be enough. Let's see if he finds it. Yes, he does. Well done by Headstrong. Yeah, played a bit too quick there, and missing knight at c4. Should have thought a bit longer there. Okay, here we have the first half hour almost. Headstrong will resign for beer, and Miranda and Gaming. And this 1500 player also in 10 points. Strong performance. Alright, at Lizzie. Trying to bounce back with the Berserk here. And he's playing fast as well. Going with knight at e4. Usually this knight comes to e4. Okay, I'll take. There is some trick that if you go back and you take on f3, that is annoying. And now I have given up my rook. So he could try rook at d1 if he wants to. He does not. Then I'll go knight takes f7 and try to move this bishop away. Yeah, there we go. It's with check, and if you move the king, then the bishop comes at f7. Yeah, he should have blocked, but he probably realized that his queen was going to be lost if he stayed on f8, but now actually he's getting mated. King d7, take here, move back, pawn f7, and this bishop is controlling a lot of important squares. Okay, so quickly bounced back there against Atlizzy, and we've reached 100 players here. That's good to see. And we have Vegakov up next. Let's see what he does. Knight f6, alright, then we go with e5. Kind of forcing the knight to d4. d5, I mean. You don't want to play knight g8 in that position. And I have this strong center here, and he will have this one. And usually white tries to get in on h7 or knight at h5 and go after g7. And black sometimes tries knight takes e5 and then a queen trades and tries to attack. Yeah, knight takes e5, okay. Let's see, if I take, queen trades. Not liking it. I'm just gonna go bishop f4, develop a piece, and try to take back like this. Yeah, and I was kind of hoping for this, because now this is a forking position, and basically I'm just winning the piece here. And next knight at e5 maybe, or just knight takes f7. Let's see. This is a good move, forking these two pieces. But I think I can just take on f7 and then take the queen. Yeah, let's do this. These bishops are guarding important squares. Oh, he takes it. Was not expecting him to go for takes f7. All right, let's move up the pace here. Queen trades. I need a way to find a quick win here. This is one of the plans. He will try to create something. Okay, moving bishop c1, threatening knight at g5. Oh, okay, he missed knight at g5. Taking an extra pawn there for my trouble. Should have gone with queen at g5 takes g6 right away, but yeah, missed that idea in the previous move. So I took on e3 because the time was running down. But in the end it was a clear mate. Alright, Antic. Strong player. Let's not go berserk against him. Bishop a4, alright. Don't know what's the idea behind it. Probably just pinning this pawn. The idea of sacrificing the pawn this early is that you get even development as black. Ooh, I've hung this pawn at b7. That's a bit careless. Alright, but I'll develop this knight next, and then pawn at b7 is no longer that bad. But the bishop at b7 is something to be considered. I need to defend against that. Okay, I'll go rook b8, I guess. Ah, he has no bishop left now. Okay, maybe it is not necessary immediately. Knight e4 is coming. And knight e4 is annoying. Okay, pawn at e2, he takes. I take back and go knight at d4. Good work. Okay, let's try that. It's sacrificing a pawn, but it's giving me some sort of counterplay, I guess. Okay, he's thinking about something else than taking back, maybe. Maybe he wants to take here, and then pawn at g5. But he has to watch out for f2 as well. Okay. So it's dangerous, because pawn at g7, rook at h8 it's only 2 moves if he gets a rook, so have to watch out for stuff like this. Forking the rooks. But now at least I'm giving him a lot of options. Where to put his queen, where does he want to go. You could go to d1 and then maybe pawn to e2, or you could go to d2. I think d1 or d2 are the two squares he is considering. Okay, I guess not. He's finding something else. He's basically saying, I'll trade queens here. Take, 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 take. That's on the board. And then bishop takes f2. Feels necessary. It's kind of hard to defend this as well, though. Could also go pawn here or pawn at e7 or g7 just to defend. Pawn at g7, then maybe bishop takes g7 is just annoying. Okay, let's go pawn at e7. Yes. Yeah, why not pawn at g7? Yeah, I think he could just take that. Oh, I thought this, but then queen g7. Wow. Okay, queen d6. If you take, I take back with check. And if you take here, there's also this pin. So tactically saving some material here. Queen takes d6, or it looks very tempting to take f6 or d6, but you cannot do that. And my threat is to take here, and then queen at e2. So it's a kind of a basic threat, and I feel like there should be something here for white. Oh, he goes for this. He wants to go king f1 or d1. Okay. He may be onto something here though. Maybe he is just safe. Could be. Looks like he's safe. Okay, queen at d2. That's the plate. And here. He has to block with the queen. He should not have taken that. He should have blocked immediately. Now I've tricked him into this. King d2 is possible, but then bishop b4 wins the game. So yeah, locked out on this one. Protecting the rook, c3, and now rook at e2. And the rook's mate, indeed. The rook are the best. Indeed, Anonymous. Yes, indeed. Strong rooks. Very lucky, that one. Alright, Miranda on a berserking streak. Very well done. And also Gina Gerson still playing very strong. And we have Crazy Trainer. Let's see what he opens with. e4. We'll go d5 again. Same as against Antic, and he goes bishop e2 instead of bishop a4 in the previous game. And why not take here? Then queen d4. Okay, he goes for it anyway. Okay. You could go pawn at e3 and d4. But now queen g5, intermezzo looks at this pawn here. And now I can save the bishop. e4 is possible, and then maybe queen a5. Okay, and my pieces are a bit loose here, but at least I've won some material. So I'll try to use that. Pawn at h3. Try to use these light squares to my advantage. Grab some pieces. Bishop at g5, okay. I'll be greedy and just take more. Threatening the bishop on g5. Okay. I'll take all the pawns, sir. That's fine. I need to create some threats on h3 with all these pawns. Maybe just slowly build up a pawn phalanx here on these squares. Yeah, that's always on the ropes in these types of positions. Okay, let's go pawn at f5. Let him make a queen. And now we'll use our pawn mass. A rook is devastating here. Rook at h1. I think it can't be saved. I'm not mated or anything like that, so let's just go for it. If he had a knight in hand now, he could have gone knight at h6 and then take rook at h8, and then take the queen with check. So I was just checking that. But he decided to resign. Alright, Miranda lost the game, so very tense at the top. And after the first 40 minutes, it seems like we are getting a bit of a head start. And we have deep Floyd, okay. Let's not berserk this and try to overtake Miranda. Okay, he's coming in here probably. So let's just block that. And make a queen trade a little bit less favorable for him. Okay, he's still trying to make it work. But I think I can go bishop g5 and just take the queen. Knight takes g2 and just let that be. But on the other hand, I could just take this. Yeah, let's just take. I like a challenge. Pawn here, also take. This is very important, blocking off the bishop. Okay, so pawn at g4 played. Now I'll have to deal with this, because he was threatening to take, and then pawn at h3. Taking here is possible, seems the safest. And then he is able to play h5 if he wants to. But he goes with bishop d2. Alright, we'll bring a rook into the game then. Threaten the queen. And next maybe knight at h5. Thanks for the follow, Humble888. Appreciate it. Okay, blocking the d file. Now we go knight at h5, preventing h5 basically. And looking at g7 of course as well. And now we'll just start throwing pieces around my king for safety, as well as attacking this one. And maybe I'll just take the time to go king h1, pawn at g2 to be completely safe, since he does not have any material to work with. So let's just do that. It's hard for him to. He could try g6, but that's a bit weakening his position. But it's hard for him to get any pieces around my king. So I'll just give it a bit of safety before I start trading all stuff. Okay, now this is possible. Alright, pawn at d6 now. because the bishop is on d7. So okay, take with the rook, I think. Yes, threatening the queen. And yeah, that's tough to deal with. He could castle maybe and just give up the queen, but then still the king is tucked away on h1. Queen is covering g2, so yeah. It's looking good for white here. Also ideas like takes f7. Okay, knight at f4, designed to threaten stuff at g2, I believe. Let's just take the queen. Take the knights. Oh, because now e6 is no longer guarded. And then I can play knight at e6. Okay, now we have him queen at e6 and rook at g8. Jack, that's a good performance. Looking for yeah, Miranda is losing a couple of more games than me, but he's berserking more, so therefore his points are higher than me. As you can see, he's played 2 more games than I have. Okay. Carlos Phoenix. I know this player, but he probably is a bit out of shape because he hasn't played that long in a long time. Pawn d6, just to cover anything here. And I want to go d5 here, but I feel like I'm not that well developed yet, so let's just try to develop pieces here. Now pawn at g4. If d6, then he would have played e5 probably, trying to bank in on his opening advantage. Queen e7, then maybe knight h5. But queen g6, then knight at f4 is coming. So let's just move back. Yes, knight at h5, as predicted. But I'll just take the knights. He can have g7, I'll run. And I try to pick up this pawn. And these pieces are covering e7 very nicely. Okay, take g5, threaten mate. Not unimportant for white to deal with this. Okay, he wants to clear things up at e7 first, I guess. Let's see. I think I'll take with the knight first, and then with the bishop. The bishop seems like a nice defender here. Note that the b pawn is still on b7, otherwise knight at c6 would have been made. So this pawn is indeed doing a very good job. And there's still this threat of queen takes g2. Okay, I cannot take this bishop with like this. I can take the knight. I can take the knight, I feel like. I'll take the knight and then go knight at h4 maybe, or knight at d4. Yeah, let's go knight at d4. Maybe knight at d4 was slightly inaccurate, but okay. Bishop is covering this one. He probably goes rook d1 now. Try to create something at this file still. Okay, he wants me back here. Okay, I'll take and see what he has in mind. Maybe knight at h5 or something like that. Yeah, okay. But I think just queen g5 is fine here. He has no material in the bank, so before he can harass my queen even further, he has to make something happen first. f4 doesn't look that great. Maybe I can just go queen c5 even if necessary, because there are no blockers. So he has to move to h1 then. Okay, bishop g4. Okay, rook g8 then. Still no material for him to work with, so the bishop is now just threatened. He might go knight d5 and try to go all in. With some queen trade and then try something with the queen on the back rank, but I don't think it works. So yeah, f3 basically is the only move to save this piece. Or counterattack something with g3 maybe. But it's looking good for black here. Okay, knight d5 is coming. He's found something maybe, so let's calculate a bit here. Let's see, queen takes, rook takes. Then he has a queen in hand. And nothing more. So queen at h8. Then I'll just block with the queen. Yeah, okay, totally safe. Thanks for the follow, Royale Maniacs. Yeah, he could try queen at e8. Really crazy. But I'll just take it. Knight takes e7 and move back. And the checks run out. Alright, let's go queen at f3 here. You cannot take it because of the pin. And then I'll take with the knight. So yeah, that's looking good. Alright, he's trying to go for knight f6. And it does prolong the game a bit. But I'll just go rook at g8, I think. Bye, Polar Dragon. Thanks for watching. And now we try to go in at g2, win the queen. Yeah, just because of the time travel, I decided to stay completely safe. And now we have him, because this knight is overloaded, covering these two squares. Okay. Hi Kaito, 1413, welcome. Alright, Miranda. Berserking, wow, okay. Not giving me time to berserk back. Don't know if I would have done that, but... Okay, let's sack. Yeah, for now Miranda is indeed proving that quantity is greater than quality, but... It's a long event, so don't know if he'll be able to keep up that pace. Right, let's go h4, h5. If bishop c5, then knight e4. I'm just trying to slow the game down a bit, yeah, since a slow-paced game will be good for me. And he's already resigning, yeah, okay. King f8, mouse slip or something like that, don't know. Never play h4 in ZH, well, it just worked. It's like the never play f3 in chess, probably. Well, look at this on the side here. Miranda going crazy with h4, a4, rook h3. Yeah, I guess that indeed sometimes berserking helps, but I'm only 1 point behind and I have the fire, so not worried that he will that Miranda will run away with it. Okay, Vegakov again. And we'll probably have a classic Italian game. Bishop g5 or bishop e3 are most played here. h3, okay. Let's go bishop takes h3. It's not entirely correct, but to my knowledge at least, but it gives interesting play. Plan is to go pawn at g3 and use the pin on c5. Oh, he does not accept the sacrifice. Well, then we'll keep on sacrificing on g2 and go for these squares. We'll have another pawn in hand to use. This knight can jump to d4. But okay, he has queen h3 and maybe rook a if he gets the time. Okay, this is not... Let's take here first. If I take here on f6, I'm probably lost. But now I have a very important mate in 2 threads, which is knight at f4 and queen at g2, since the bishop is covering e3. So if he takes the queen, then knight at f4, take queen at g2. And if you don't take the knight but move back or move here, then queen at g2 is made as well. So yeah, basically he has to do something about that, and then if I don't have any mate with the knight and queen in hand, I can just take the bishop on f6. And then I'll be fine. probably winning already. Okay, recreating the threat of knight at h4, as well as bishop at h3 and knight g5. Okay, but he misses the knight at h4 idea. Was also hard to find any defense there. But now he has to take or move the king, and either way queen at g2 will follow. And the queen is covering the knights. So yeah, that's an important thing to remember. If someone plays h3 and the king is on g1, then the bishop scope can become important with a pawn on g3. And Vegagov was probably a bit scared of that and decided not to go for that line. But yeah, then you don't have to, then you give up g2 as well. So I think you have to take on h3 and accept the consequences. Thanks for the follow, Kaito. Alright, and Miranda is on a break, it seems. But let's not dwell and keep on getting good games in. Let's switch it up a bit. I wanted to go e4, but the pawn stopped on e3. Well, and then we're just winging it with b3, bishop b2, saying, well, this was my idea all along. Let's see. Hi, Sepper. Hope I'm pronouncing that correct. Okay, knight goes to h6. Maybe we'll come to g4. I will use one of these pawn breaks, or maybe this one. I think c4 is nice. Okay, let's go h3 first, because if I go c4 he trades and then pawn at h3 is annoying. Okay, now I gave him the option of sacrificing material, which may not have been a good one, but alright. If he takes and takes with the queen, I can just put a pawn back here. And now he has to back off with the queen, or he has to go all in with sacking. And I don't think sacrificing on g2 here is enough, but he goes for it anyway. Okay, let's see how to do this. If he takes, then the knight comes on h4. Okay, maybe bishop at e6 and just pick up this pawn. Let's go bishop at e6 and just sacrifice the bishop for this pawn. You are 1600. You mean in regular chess or in Crazyhouse? Yeah, well, actually, the big part of the answer is the same for both. Just try to analyze some of your games and learn tactics, study tactics, and yeah, that's studying tactics and analyze your games. That's the two biggest things, I'd say. Threatening h7 here. I think you're welcome, Sefer. I know the Spanish website by Marcus you can where you can play for some currency, but I don't know if it's It's actual money. That's on booho21.com. But it's a long time ago that I've been there, so don't know if it's still up. And I don't know if you can cash in that currency or something like that. But you can check it out. Okay, watch out for this. Pawn here. Try to catch this knight. And the knight has no retreating squares. So probably he will sacrifice it. Then I'll just take and run that way. Okay, he takes like that. That's also a good idea, because now if he takes with the bishop, I cannot run that way. But he is not planning on taking. At least not just yet. And he has a lot of pawns around this king, and those are a bit scary actually. Knight h4, pawn g5. Okay, let's just go for this. Yeah, I have 5 pawns, so that means that he has 11 pawns. 1 in hand. Yeah, that's huge. I think you can. There are some. Sepper, I think there are some chess coaches coaching for free on Lichess, but I'm not sure. So I'd ask around if I were you, because I will be playing this for a while, and after the tournament I don't think I have any energy left. Okay, queen at g3. Or queen e1. Queen e1. Let's go queen e1. Need to be a bit pressure him a bit on the clock. Take with the bishop first. Yes. Okay, now maybe just king h2. Bishop at g5 anyway is a strong move. Maybe he'll see that. Yes. Of course he does. He's a strong player. Knight takes f6, thinking about that, but probably it is not enough. So we'll go queen g3 and try to take f3. f4 may come. Now probably Sefer I will in sometime later I'll do some regular chess stream where I'm accepting challenges. I think that's fun. That would be fun. Okay, g3 is covered by this knight. He has 1 pawn, and that's 1 pawn to... He needs more material basically. And now I'm just threatening here to take. g6, maybe the only move to save the game, but then I'll just take and put a rook on e8. Alright, first hour and 10 minutes are over. and we are in the first place. Let's see. While we wait for the next pairing, we can check a bit. Crazyhouse is playing. Okay, nice. Hanzo the Razor, very strong player as well. T and Summer. I think that's a duplicate account from maybe Pizza in Summer, I don't know. Very strong player as well. So okay, we have a head start, but there are people chasing, as you can see. And we have Antic again with the bishop e7. Okay, I traded on e7 and now I'm trying to pressure f6. Yeah, I think bishop g5 is already putting the queen in a very awkward position. You have to sacrifice the queen now somehow. Okay, he goes for the sacrifice with the bishop. Then we go knight g5, try to pressure f7. Yeah, I've played Sarah 1 numerous times. I don't know, probably 10 to 15 games or something like that. He sometimes joins these arenas as well. And he is a big fan of Crazyhouse indeed. It's very nice to see him advocate the game as he does. And well, okay, he's not the quickest player, but so he does not play the quick time controls, but 3+2 or better. He's indeed a very formidable opponent. And I believe he sometimes streams with the chess bros, with Eric Hansen and Aman Hamilton. He sometimes does a few streams of Crazyhouse. You can probably find that on YouTube. So yeah, he does, and he also does commentary on or he did commentary on the Crazyhouse World Championship last year. Okay, let's see. Let's go bishop at f7. Queen g8, queen h8 is something I want here. And then bishop g8, something. Try to corner this queen here. The king, I mean. The king can only go to h6 or h5. And there are no mating ideas for black just yet. He only has knights and a rook to work with, so yeah, he has to go something like this. Okay, queen g8, let's stick to this plan. And he blocks with the knight. Kind of want to go queen d2, bishop takes. Maybe just h4 and pawn g5. Yeah, let's try that. That seems very strong. He can take here, but I'll just run to d2. And h4 is also covering the bishop coming to g5. And the idea is to go pawn at g5 and then open up the rook as well as the pawn on g5 being made, so forcing the king to h5 and then I'll take the knight and then take g6. So yes, he's trying to cover against it, but the king is now totally trapped, so I can just sacrifice my queen for the knight and then knight at g3. Trapping the king on h5. And again, the never play h4 is denied there. h4 was a good move there. So I'm not saying always play h4, but h4 is a move to be considered to be good in Crazyhouse. As a principle, of course. Alright, just kidding, of course. Carlos Phoenix again. Coming with e4, okay. Knight at e3, also knight at c3 is seen. Let's just move back to d6. E5, okay. E5 is a bit... I was playing a bit on automatic here. Now this knight c4 just basically wins this. But maybe queen e7 and then pawn at f6. Or queen e6 as well. Let's go queen e7. And if he takes it, I'll go pawn at f6 and take back the knight. Okay, he decided to trade queens. I am a knight up now, so that's nice. Thanks for the follow, Herik TV. Okay, let's just unpin this. Basically, he has to go queen takes e7 at some stage, and then I can just take back with the bishop. And he could try to be annoying with pawn at d5, but then I have queen at e4. Forking these two pieces if he goes pawn at d5. And he has no knight on e3 defending that, so... Seems like I'm safe with black here, and then I can try to think about putting my knights on the board. Let's start with knight at f5, harassing the queen. Not a multi-purpose move, but it's just controlling some important squares. Okay, I don't like that, so I'll just take back the piece. He could have taken on d7, and then I had to move or take the bishop, and then knight e5 came in, and then I have only this bishop guarding my king, so felt a bit unsafe. And now I'm still threatening the queen, and this bishop is a very good piece here. Okay, now I'll allow it. Takes d7, just king d8, because now I have these two bishops defending instead of this one bishop, and they're not on the same color. So I expect them to do a good job here. Okay, I see something concrete here. I have two queens, so yeah, that's looking very strong. Luring away this defender, and then I have the knight on d4. And then, yeah, I did not see the mates immediately, but it has to be made with these two queens. And we'll figure it out along the way. Yeah, queen here and queen on c4. Guarding each other. So yeah, that was a bit too optimistic, the queen sacrifice by Carlos there. So okay, Miranda is playing again, and this Gina Gerson, very strong performance. Let's see. Oh, we play Gina now. and performing 46 points, so I'm a bit reluctant to berserk here. I will just play a normal game. Going for knight d7, otherwise knight e5 is a bit annoying with the knight being on c6. And now knight e5 can come in if he wants to. But then I'll just move back. It's necessary when in disguise. Ah, yeah. could very well be, of course. But then why not play on his original account? If I take, he takes back, or he takes back with the knight. But yeah, I'll take like this and take the queen there. Okay, he takes with the pawn. Then we take this one first and try to arrest the queen if he takes with the queen. Move the king, make the queen move forward. And now we just harass the queen around. Oh wow, okay, sacrificing the queen there. And playing very quickly as well, with confidence. Okay, let's go knight at h3. Try to force the issue here. You have to take, basically, otherwise you're mated. And I'm just trying to mate. Pawn at h3 is just, it's almost mating, but just not yet. Alright, so we got queen d6. And king e7, I think. Okay, now pawn at h3 and try to create something here. So maybe I have some queen at h3 and then this queen can come in. Maybe. Okay, let's just go for this and see if I made it. Take with the pawn, I think. Maybe not. I'll take with the queen. Knight takes d5 and bishop at e7 was very scary. Let's block with the knight, because I need the pawn for g2. He has found a way out. Wow, what a defense. Great stuff here. Pawns here don't work. Yeah, this is just brilliant. Well defended. Okay, we'll try pawn f2 then. And I guess we have to go pawn at d7 and hope for some sort of defense. Oh, he's got me. Okay. If I take knight at f5 and queen at e7. Very strong play by Gina. Okay, well, that the streak ended there, and I guess that's what happens. Tea and Summer coming up at the first page. And €10, also a strong player, hands on the razor. Real men play chess. Oh, thanks for the good wishes again, then Lollipop. Yeah, well, maybe. I'm not going to accuse him of anything if I believe in the lead chess system to be good enough. Thanks, and bye. He's loose, or the E is loose, I don't know. Thanks for watching indeed. Alright, Carlos. Let's just focus on the next game. Sort of a classic d4, d5 setup here. White tries to go for c4, has his pieces developed like this, and sometimes his bishop is on f4, and black has this typical f6, e6 stuff with the knight on e4. And there we go, c4 is played. Thanks for the follow, xdart5. Okay, so we'll take on c3. So I want to take with the pawn here and not allow c5. And now we'll try to maybe trade a knight and get in on f2 at some stage. Of course, depends on how he plays it. Okay, knight h4. Targeting this one, as well as bishop e6 ideas. Okay, this seemed forced. Let's just go for this. And then we'll see how to deal with this. I think I'm just gonna defend this one. He could try pawn at g4. Ideas maybe. Try to get some sacrificing in. What does this do? Probably trades or create multiple threats. Okay, he desperately wants to get in. Right, we'll trade this knight. Seems like a good thing to do. Okay, I think you could take the rook now in between. Let's see. Take the rook, then I have threatened pawn at h2. Yeah, he has to take this back first, and then I can think about taking this one. But there's also queen takes f1, there's also pawn at h2 maybe. And then knight at g4. Let's go for that first. I'm one pawn short of mating here, but it's looking strong. He has to take. If king h1 he loses. Okay, well, we'll see now. If you take the pawn, rook at h1 is mate, so you have to take the rook. Now we get rook at rook in. and knight on e2. If he had blocked with the rook, I would have taken first and then queen at d1, rook at h1. Okay. Happy set h. That's berserker game against happy set h. Haven't played him before, but we'll see how we do. He's going for a similar setup. Okay, he doesn't go d5, then I'll go d5. And he's covering heavy on h7, as you can see. h6, I mean. So I'll try to set up something. Maybe queen d2. Or maybe just play my own game and ignore h6 for a while. And try to sit on my extra piece. For example, knight at g5 looks interesting here. Yeah, let's go knight at g5. Idea is to go queen d5 afterwards, and also create some openings. Okay, he goes pawn at d4. Good move. We have to go bishop f4, and e5 is possible, but probably does not want to go for e5. Okay, now we go queen d5. Try to get in on f7, and also threatening a8. And taking a8 was also designed to go rook at h7. If he lets me, of course, but he probably won't. But he needs to find some defense here. Okay, we'll take the rook. Because this mating threat is something to be dealt with. Okay, he misses it. So then I thought, well, then I'll take the knight back afterwards, but he just misses the mating threat. Okay. Berserk paid off there. Miranda's lacking, not getting a streak in. So Gina has taken over second place. And we have Matzer again. Okay, let's go knight c6, c5. Played this in the previous game against him as well. And he switches it up with an early d4. And that's a good move. The knight is not doing that much on h4. On g6, but it can go to h4. That was what I was about to say. Let's do it immediately. But I think he should just castle here. And be not scared of knight takes g2 ideas. I may always go. I probably will go for it still, but he should not be scared of it. But we'll see how he reacts. Okay, he goes g3. I'll take and go knight f6. Preparing d5. I'll go d5 anyway. And take here. Okay, bishop b5. A bishop on e4 would be very strong, so I'm okay with trading the bishop for and losing this pawn. And he realizes that, so he moves his bishop back to d3. And now we'll go knight e4. Kind of, I'm giving him a pawn here, but if he takes it like this, then bishop c6, oh, bishop c6 comes in, winning the rook, at least, and his position is all opened up, so that will be hard to handle. Okay, but knight at h5, good response. Taking and knight at f6 is now on the board. Welcome back, White Dancing Rockstar. Knight at g5 is an idea here. Yeah, I'll just go knight at g5, I figure. And if he takes with the bishop, I'll take with the queen, and then my king can move to d7. D8, I mean. And there is also the idea of queen c1, maybe. And the good thing for me is that he doesn't have a bishop here. He would really like a bishop here to put on f4 or e3 to harass my queen. Okay, he takes e4. I'll take back. And go bishop c6 or bishop at c6 next. Thanks for the follow, Raj. Alright, now we have to go queen c1. Queen f6 is a threat. Yeah, White Dancing Rockstar, if he... It seems indeed a bit... some other people were already putting out suspicions, but if he... It could be just a good performance, and if he is not playing by the rules, I'm sure Lichess will catch him. But let's just ignore it and go by the principle that someone is guilty or innocent until proven otherwise. Okay, blocking here the queen f6 idea. Going bishop g4. It's looking scary. I think I can move here. Yes. Threatening to take the queen and then mating on d1. Could go knight c3, that's an interesting move. Because it covers the mate. Gives up the rook though. So yeah. Interesting ideas in this position. You could also just grab the bishop first and then decide what to do. But the benefit of knight c3 is that it covers a lot of important squares, so therefore you might want to go for that. But then I'll just take the rook and then you have to find a new move. But at least you're not mated in 2 moves. Okay, he finds it, so we take the rook. Try to keep the pace up, he's getting into time trouble. Still threatening to take the queen, of course. Knight at g2 seems very strong. Let's go knight at g2. Okay. He moves his king. Bishop h6, I guess. f4, forced move. And now we'll think a bit of how to play this. Maybe knight takes f4. Yeah, I think knight takes f4 is strong. Getting a couple of extra pawns. Has to block with the knight, which is slightly awkward. I'll take it. And then knight at c4 and knight at f3. Okay, knight at f3, I guess. Knight takes e5. Queen is hanging. My queen is hanging as well. Okay, now I'll take the queen with check and it's game over. Queen at f3, mate in 1. Or mate in 2 if you ran to g3. Alright. 10 euros. Berserking. I'll berserk back. Going for queen d7. Alright, then we'll wait a bit with castling. Okay, now we'll castle. He's played e6. So the threat on h3 is gone. Okay. Getting pressure here. Let's go e4. Queen trade feels like it's good for me. Okay, so he decides to give up the bishop. And now I've won a piece, try to take this one, and then knight at f6 comes in. So he moves the knight back, maybe to c6 even, all the way. Okay, castling that way. Just going a4. And I berserked, so I need to keep up the pace here. Knight b5, designed to threaten a7. Okay, take here. I'm not scared of the rook on f1. He can have that one if he wants to. Okay, g3 is a bit exposed. Okay, so we'll just go for it. Taking the rook on f1 now is bad, so he won't do that. Now we'll just try to use these squares. Bishop takes here is on. Or queen takes the bishop, I mean. Bishop at c7 and rook at a7 is made. I thought it was the case, but maybe it isn't. Sepper, but if you go here to learning, there are, I think here, coaches, but maybe they aren't free. They'll ask fees, which I guess is fair in a way, because, well, you give up time and time is valuable, at least for the most people it is. Alright, happy set h again. Let's berserk. Okay, he will probably go for the same thing again. King h8 he went for last game. And we'll just respond in the same way. Let's go e5 now. Maybe use this to... Yeah, that's also a good suggestion. There's a lot of material on YouTube, and that's for free. Okay, knight at f4. Let's just go all in here. e6. Bishop at e4, forking these two. I'm a bit exposed here. Okay, he covers. Then we'll just attack the defender. Playing a bit risky, but it seems to pay off. Ooh, this is interesting. Close to mate. I think I have mate. Let's say king of 7. Yeah, knight h8. Bishop back, pawn at g6. Just enough material. Alright, so let's see. Gina still going strong. Miranda on 57. Antic coming in 4th. Headstrong also pretty... he's a bit unlucky with his streaks, it seems. T and Summer still on the break. Taffel coming in strong with 28 points. Also a very strong player. And Hanzo is also still playing. Yeah, lots of good players today. Alright, Ido Sobel. Let's take. Put the knight back. And go bishop b4. Maybe take here and go knight at c5. Okay, now we take. Let's see how he takes back with the bishop. And now we have a bind on the queen. Bishop g4. Maybe I should have gone bishop at g4. Slightly more accurate, I believe. But oh well, we go h5 and h4 maybe. Yeah, h4 is possible here. If you take with the bishop, I take. If you take, knight takes g2 wins the queen. And you can go rook at h8 and pick up the rook again. But he went to d2, so now also bishop g2 is on. Bishop at g5, I should say. But I think knight takes e4 will probably lead to more. And it also opens up the rook as well. Yeah, it's going well this time, but I sometimes suffer losses against when I'm berserking against 3+2 as well, Ominous. But now it's just falling in the. I guess I'm in good shape, playing easy moves, playing practical, you could say. Threatening to mate here, and it's hard to stop that because, well, if you go b3 to create a king escape for the king, I'll just go bishop at a3 and then I'll checkmate you there. Now I'll go rook at f1. If you take with the knight, I mate, and if you take with the rook first, I take first. And basically a knight, I needed a knight to mate him. Look at c1. Okay, so quick win there. Yeah, it's going well, Ominous. And this 3+2 it's a good time control for me. And the berserk games when the berserk games go well, yeah, then you get a score like this. All right, 10 euros. Let's see. We'll have another berserk. Let's go knight d5 and knight at f4. Okay, now try to develop this one. But he's doing a good job of denying my pieces any freedom for now. Okay, now I've got something created some weaknesses. Probably will. I made him use the bishop on e3, and now we'll go at c3, maybe with queen c7 or queen c8. I don't know yet. Let's go queen c8 because otherwise knight at b5 is a free attacking move. Ooh, he missed. He could take. I could take this, or he just didn't care. He's threatening to take d6, so I have to be careful there. Let's cover. And next maybe bishop takes f4. I think bishop takes f4 is possible. Let's see. Trying to remove this defender from d2. It's looking a bit scary here, but he only has pawns in hand to work with, so not feeling that threatened. Okay, let's go e3 first, disrupt his play a bit. Okay, now I'll take the queen. And let's see. Let's just go bishop g5 to cover the bishop, and then I'll take the piece, I guess. And now we probably will get a flagging situation where I just have to be quick enough. He's throwing everything at me. Okay, now I have to check, that's important. And we got him on time. Yeah, that's a dirty flag, but it was going to be a dirty flag from both of us, whoever won there. And 10 euros is a very good bullet player, or at least a strong bullet player, yeah. So he's quick with the mouse, so happy to beat him there. A win is a win, indeed, lollipop. Alright, and it seems Gina has lost the streak there. And we have Cat Poacher. So up 20 points after almost 2 hours of play. And Cat Poacher, is a bit too strong for me to berserk. And after the few berserks there, I feel like just slowing down a bit. Try to maintain the streak as long as possible. Okay, we'll trade. And we'll go knight h4. It's a bit dangerous allowing this queen sacrifice. I don't think it's correct, but I'm not entirely sure if it is. But even if it's correct, you really need to play very accurate. The idea is to go to take on h4 and then take on h2 and something with knight at g4. But yeah, you're giving a queen, so you have to be careful back home. But okay, you're arguing, well, black is arguing, well, this is awkward. The bishop is the only defender here. And I have 2 knights, so I can be annoying with my knights. And, well, white, just prove why you are better here. Going knight h5, harassing g7, as well as preparing bishop f4 to give some safety. Yeah, let's go bishop f4. Knight at h3 I'll just take. because knight at h3 is forking the bishop and king, but then I'll just take, and then he has to take back, then I'll take his bishop, and then he has to decide what he wants to do, take on f1 or take my bishop back, and if he takes my bishop, then I have knight at c7 at some stage. Okay, he decides to trade on f4, which is probably a good decision. But now I have a few extra pieces around my king, so not that scary anymore. And maybe I can start to think about d5, get my queen into the game. Okay, he blocks d5. And what is he doing with this move? Probably just, it feels like he's only protecting stuff. Okay, so let's just go c4, make my intentions of d5 very clear. d5 was possible in the move before as well, but I want to take with my queen on d5 or with the pawn to create ideas on the light squares. For example, ideal scenario would be d5 and then some pawn at e6 and then attack. Of course, black can make moves to prevent that, but yeah, well, that's my plan. So let's continue with the plan. Don't know if it's the best plan, but in chess it's usually more important to follow, or at least try to follow a plan, than to play without one. I want to go knight at g5. Yeah, it's possible. Bishop takes f1, probably, and then I will think about taking here first. Let's see, rook at g2 is not mating, rook at h1 is also not mating because the knight is covering. So yeah, let's just take e6. We'll block on g3. He can take this one if he wants, but he resigns. He is too scared of these threats here. Probably it was enough for white indeed there. Alright. Mechanico X, I think you should say. I learned the last stream. And he's going for early bishop g4, okay. And let's go h3, ask the bishop where he wants to go. Okay, h5. And now we just develop normally and see what black wants to do. Move the rook to d1. And black needs to go for a pawn break at some stage, and we'll just calmly wait for that to happen. Okay, there we go. If I take with the queen, bishop at h6. But then again, if I take with the pawn, also bishop at h6. So let's just allow bishop at h6. Okay, e5. Creates a square for me on f5 to use. Can take with the queen, can take with the rook. Can go queen g5 if I want to. Let's take with the rook. And then expecting bishop at e5. Yes. And now I'll just sack the rook for a play on the king side. Alright, sacrifice some material here, I believe. So we'll try to create something. A knight for me would be very good, of course. Okay, let's take the bishop and put the bishop back on h6. I think that's good. Yes. And now we'll try to take the rook at some stage and then put a pawn back on g7 or a bishop back on g7 and then try to mate on h8. That's one of the ideas that he always has to deal with. Knight at e6, good move. Defending against that threat. Okay, he's defending well. Calling all my bluffs, and it's paying off for him. So I'll just go all in now and try to create something that way. Trying to sacrifice my way in, basically. Hoping for a mistake. Okay, that's another hole for me to try to attack through. And the free bishop. Alright, let's see if I want to give up the queen. I think it's not that good to give it up here. So let's just retreat, and let's retreat to d2. Possibly take on f4. Okay, he defends. He could have gone for bishop at g3 maybe. Now I'll leave this pawn b since he does not have any pawns left, so bishop at g3 and pawn at h2 is not that scary anymore. And I'll take the queen first. And I'll try to get some dark squares attack going, e5 maybe. And this is looking good. Was a bit scary before, but now it's looking good for white. Threatening to take f6 here. Seems like a slip. Okay, now we have mate on the way probably. Let's see how to finish. I think pawn here is good. And knight at g4 and pawn at f6, or bishop at f6, queen at e7. There we go. Okay, 2 hours gone, 98 points. Only 2 losses so far, so on track. But still a very long way to go. And we have had strong again, okay. Going for an early bishop g4. And Headstrong beat me last time, so we'll have to be careful. it doesn't happen again. Okay, sacrificing my knight for e5 there. Missed the move f6, being a bit strong. Okay, preparing for knight f5. Okay, he's coming in very strong. Okay, let's see. Take, take. Yeah, that's looking good. Alright, let's go for this. He has a bishop now and a queen. And he has to use one of the blockers to block. Okay. Take, take, knight at e6. First thing that comes to mind. Queen at g5, also very possible. Let's just go for this. It seems too strong. What is the best sequence here? Let's try to calculate this. Queen at f8, king here, bishop at f5, okay. But if king d7, then bishop at c8, and queen takes c5. Okay, yeah, this is mate. Okay, I just got a message. I lost to a cheater, so. And I don't see Gina in the standings anymore, so I'll let you add those two up. Okay. 106 points. 40 points ahead of the pack. And another good game against Headstrong. Happy to beat him after he bested me before. Okay, we go aside. Let's berserk. Going for a classic Italian game with bishop e7. I might, yeah, let's play the sacrifice line. The main idea is to take here, and then you have knight e5 at your disposal. And you win a pawn back, or you win the piece back, either way. But I think d6 is not the best response, but okay. Now going d4, activate this bishop. Maybe trade if he allows it. Maybe knight g5 can come in here. So yeah, this is already looking good for white. For example, knight g5 and knight at f7 ideas, or just take the pawn, move the queen to c4. Okay, let's do that. And we'll go knight g5 next. See where he wants to move his king to. It looks like he's in trouble. A knight will come at e6 at some stage. Pawn on f7. So maybe he can run up. He's thinking about that, but knight e5 looks very strong to me. King h5 still possible. Queen h2 back, blocker on g3 and then h3, h takes g4. Seems to be unstoppable. He could try queen takes f2 maybe, but even then I just take, and h takes g3 is still on. Well, then maybe you can go g3, but it's looking just very good for white. Probably forced win. Yeah, who would have guessed white dancing rockstar? Indeed. Right, he found a move that will prolong the game. Okay, let's go pawn at g3 then. Idea is to take here and then go rook takes h4. And that will be enough. So yes, it's gonna be made in a few moves. Okay, he's moving on. Okay, now we have this h takes g4 idea and rook takes h4 coming. There we go. Yeah, you should be really careful about those bishop takes f7 sacrifices. Yeah, so yeah, therefore a bunch of people don't play e4, e5, but it's of course fine to play e4, e5, but you have to know some stuff about the bishop takes f7 sacrifice, how to defend against that. And the first few moves my opponent did the correct thing, but bishop at c5 was probably not, probably losing already. Right, Dempu. d4, let's go with the b6 system this time. And the idea of the system is that the bishop is strong on the diagonal. Let's take like this. And white can of course, white should go for e4 at some stage, or c4, d5 is also very possible. So going h6, that's against any pawn at h6, bishop takes h6 ideas. And now I feel it's time for me to trade some. Then I'll take with the knight, threaten this bishop. He could try to take here and then bishop at pawn at c6. Okay, now he wants pawn at c6 maybe. Let's just sacrifice on g2 and then win the piece back here. He could try to open it up like this, or he could go knight c6. I think even sacrificing the queen here is okay, but yeah, let's go for this. The knight is covering h7, so mating on h7 is not on the cards yet. At next I can go pawn g4 for example and try to reclaim this long diagonal. Let's go for that immediately. Ooh, I missed something. Pawn at g4, he can just take this. Because I cannot take it back, which queen at a7 is mate, but alright, he missed it. That's lucky for me. Take this one. If queen takes g4 now, I'll block at f5 or something like that. At least I have some pieces. Alright. Let's see how to proceed here. Maybe just e5. Try to get some pawns going. Rook at g1 doesn't seem to cut it. He can just take twice. And then the queen has no good squares to be dropped. So yeah, let's try e5. Get some trades going, get this knight out maybe. Okay, now he's kind of forcing me to go rook at g1, so let's go for this. Let's see if pawn at h7 is made. Probably not. So I can try to attack further. Okay, but he goes knight at f5, threatening my bishop. We'll have to cover that somehow. Let's go with this rook. Leave this rook defending f7, which can be useful. So yes, okay. Yeah. I could go pawn at e3 next, maybe try to go f3 or h3. Something like that. Okay, he goes bishop here. Some ideas like this. Maybe he wants to go knight takes g7. Interesting idea. Ah, it's wrong. This is his idea. Ah, well. If I take, he goes pawn at h7, and then I take like this, and then he has control over h8. Okay, so I cannot take. I'll go here. But now he probably has rook at g8. Yes, rook at g8 seems mating. If I take with the knight, queen at h7, he has found a mate. Well done. Okay, suffered a loss there. But Dampu deserved to win there. Alright, Miranda Gaming wants the Berserk. I'll grant the Berserk. Let's see. Covering up this bishop. Expecting knight f5, then I'll just go rook g8. knight f5 still can come. Trying to get in here. Oh wow. He could castle, but he's castling in directly into the mess, basically. Okay, pushing his knight back. Threatening here. And threatening h4. What does this do? Taking here maybe. Don't believe in that. It's only helping me, I think, and he can sacrifice his queen for the knight there, but don't think it should work. Okay, this is mate almost. Thought I had it, but the knight is pinned. But that's fine, we'll just go pawn at g2. And bishop d6 back. Threatening knight here and knight f4. Okay, he's sacrificing his queen now. Let's sack. I think my king is safe, so. Sacrificing everything here. Don't know if it will work, but we'll see. Okay, he's got me. Good job by Miranda there. Okay, so 2 losses in a row there, but well, after a loss, then I think it's justified, or at least try to get in back in with berserking. Alright, cat poacher again. Knight f3. And let's try to switch it up a bit. Let's go bishop f4 this game, or bishop g5. Let's go knight h4 and try to arrest this bishop a bit. Expecting bishop at g6 actually. Yes. I don't want to go f3 somehow. So therefore I need 2 bishops here so that the bishops are covering each other. You probably move his queen here or go f6, and then I'll go f3. he will probably respond like this and then go knight at f5, or just double up his bishops here. But with this queen on d7, he has to watch out for any knight at h6, knight at f6 stuff, which can be a bit annoying. But for now he is covered against that, but he might be tempted to trade on g3 at some stage, or take on d4, and then he has to watch out for that. Okay, let's go for this. Queen d2 now. Yeah, and now this knight is a bit awkward here. Of course you can take the rook. You can just take the rook back. So, okay, he's trying to find something. And bishop at g5 is a good move. I'll have to go knight at g4 against this, I feel like. Take here, then I'll take the bishop, of course, if he takes here. You can also take like this, then I can take the knight. Yeah, so knight at g4 seems fine. He could just try to keep the tension with the bishop here on f6 or e7. Okay, if I take on e3 now, he will take, of course. So maybe just pawn at f4, try to disrupt things, make him take here. Yeah, I think that's okay. And now he can take on h6 and take another time, yes. Okay, knight at h5. I feel like I need to pressure g7 as much as I can. Threatening to take here. Good move, knight at f5. Okay, we'll harass the knights. If he takes here, I can take d7 or d5, since the bishop is then looking at d7. Okay, he can take d4 next. But alright, I think that's a trade we need to make. And then maybe just pawn at e3, forcing the bishop back somehow. Okay, now I'll trade these pieces and go knight at h5. Threatening to take here, rook at h7 is nasty. Knight can come to h5. And now I've won a lot of material. And Cat Poacher decides to throw in the towel there. Okay. He defended very strong there. Okay, crazy home. Berserk King. Okay, I'll berserk back. Put a pawn here. He's going all in on the sack here. e6 is covered though. Ah, this is good. He's winning the queen. Okay. I missed that. knight here. And just run. And hopefully run to d7. c6, get c6 in. Now I gave this one away. That's a bit bad. I thought I could get c6 in there for free, but clearly I'm missing a bunch of moves. Let's go to b6. If he wants to trade, that's fine. And next I'll get knight at f5 in. Threatening to take the queen. And getting the queen back is important here. Queen at e4. Knight at c2 maybe. Okay, this is good enough. Threatening mate in 1. Okay. Okay, so we are back on track. 2 wins in a row there. And 10 euros again. Let's try to make it 3 in a row. Last game came down to the wire against him. Let's go a6. I don't like any bishop b5 ideas. Okay, expecting knight f4, yes. I'll go knight b4, try to trade this bishop. Because it's a bit annoying. And now try to move this bishop back. He was threatening to take here and then take on c7, so covering c7. And now trying to use the dark squares. Maybe take here. Or there, also possible. Okay, he's sacrificing a piece. And I'll sack it back for 2 pawns. So in the end I've won a pawn there, I guess. Not entirely sure. He will try knight e5 and go in here, but I'm much quicker with the attack already attacking his king. But it's okay, he's still going for it. Problem is that for him I can take this knight any time I want, because he doesn't have a new knight to put on e5, and the queen already comes in with devastating effects. Right, Britain's Got Talent. Don't know this player. Oh, he berserked. Okay, well, we'll see. Trade queens and go pawn at h6. And I guess knight takes e5 is on, and pawn here. Threatening mate on h8, so basically you have to take here. Or put a knight on h8, that might be enough. Yeah, it's already resigning. Right, Aeschyleus. Let's see. Let's go d5 and take with the queen this time instead of any knight f6. Knight c3. And this queen e6 looks a bit awkward, but actually it has some idea around it to go knight to g6 at some stage if you go bishop e2 for example. And now I'll just try to harass the d4 pawn. Knight c6, a6, not allowing knight b5. Pawn d4, asking this knight where it wants to go. Then maybe bishop b4 to follow. Okay, let's go bishop at a5. Covering c7. Because this was on. And yeah, well then he also has some weaknesses around the dark squares. Okay, put more pressure on. As well as getting ready to castle. I expect him to try to cover this or try to counterattack, but I think you have to cover this. And he does. So we'll castle. Maybe if we have time we go rook e8. But he could try bishop f5. Or bishop h3. Okay, goes bishop f5. Then we'll take the knight and take the bishop. And then we have two pieces for the queen, and the rook comes in. He does get this piece back, but don't know if it will be enough. So I'm threatening a lot of stuff here. Whoa. And he only has a knight and a queen, so he's not mating me just yet. Okay, deciding to go for the castle. Okay, I think I'll go for knight h3 first. And now take this knight with my, or take the bishop with my knight, leave the rook here. Not giving me any chance of knight at h6, rook at g7 ideas that he might have in mind. So yes, he has to find a very good defensive move here. Okay, he's going for this bishop. Let's cover it. If he takes here, I'll take here and have a new threat on g2. Pressure, more pressure on g2, on f3 also. Yes, I can take here. If he had another knight, knight at h6 would have been mate. King g8 or king h8, queen at g8, and then knight takes f7. It's a common motif in Crazyhouse, so you have to watch out for those. You could take here, but then I can take on g2 and go knight at f4, and then if he goes king here, then I can take the queen back with check. So queen takes e2 is not enough. And he's trying to find something. Okay, he has found a move. Let's see. I think this should be good enough. The knights are covering each other. Bishop comes in, king moves up, and then the pawns come. Alright. Yeah, it's a tough long tournament, so sometimes maybe I'm a bit quieter than in the beginning of the tournament, but I hope you are still enjoying it and having a good time watching this. I'll try to do my best commenting as much as possible. Okay, Metzer. Let's see. Last 2 games I had black against him, I believe. Yes. Okay, knight of 6. And taking a think already on move 2. Probably deciding what system he wants to play. There are a lot of options here. You can go like this, or just a regular d5. Coming in with knight e4. Maybe he wants to be aggressive soon. Or he just wants a knight on e4. It's also very possible. Let's take and go knight g5. Threatening to take there on e4. And next time I can play h3 and maybe knight at e5. Okay, he wants to open things up. Let's see if we have queen takes e4. Take. I want queen takes e4, queen takes e6 to work, but probably does not work. So I'll just go with this one. Bishop takes. And we have the threats on b7 and f7, which are hard to stop at both at the same time. So we'll take b7, rook b8 probably, then maybe just queen g2 back for safety. Yeah, let's just do that. And then try to go pawn at c6, something like this. Okay, now d2 picks up this one. I could have taken d4, but he's going for this. And then g5 is hanging. Okay, that's fine, because I have c6 to attack. Bishop at d5, that's a good move. It's an annoying move as well. Let's go bishop at a4 first, make him use an extra pawn. Or the knight if he wants to, but at least make him use a piece. Or make him go c6, okay. But now this diagonal is open, so maybe I can work with that later on. At least it's some sort of a concession, I feel like. Knight e3, yes. Let's see, knight at e5, take, and he takes my queen. And what do we have then? I think this is possible. He could also just move his king, of course, but then maybe the attack can continue. But if he trades, then I go pawn at d6, and the knight is actually, well, we'll see it now. If he takes on g2, his knight is actually covering my king. And I have now mating ideas of knight or queen at c5 or knight at c5. Queen at c7, I mean, of course. So I think you have to go like this. And then I take back, and then the same motif arises. So yeah, Metzer is now thinking about some sort of defense, but I think it's hard to find anything here. Okay, knight at c5 now. If you take, then the queen comes in, winning the rook, at least. Yeah, winning the rook should be enough here. Let's see. Yeah, take this as well, and mate with the rook. If king here, rook b8 and rook d8 mates, and if king here, rook d8 mates once. Okay. Rook boy. Let's berserk another game. Okay, like this. Okay, I think this is now a variation. Idea is that you take on d4 and you have to block a bit awkwardly here on g3, or move the king. Normally the bishop is on d3 already, and then this sacrifice is not so good for black. Still interesting, but now with the bishop on f1, the king is on a bit of an awkward position. Knight at g3 is, and then I take this one with check, and then knight at e3 looks very awkward. So rook boy trying to figure out a way here. Okay, and he moves up. Okay. Bold decision, but maybe it will work. Let's not dwell too long on this. Trying to get the queen in somehow. But king e2 might be safe. King d3 even. Wow. Okay, king d3. Okay, this is losing at least the queen. But oh well, he's sort of safe there, I guess. Let's go a5, a4. Maybe a5 allowed a4 by white. Yeah. Guess it did. Well, then just try to regain some material. Sacking the queen. Knight at c1. Forcing the king up. Yeah, king c4 is the only move here. But then I don't see a mate just yet. Queen at c6 seems like a good move to at least keep the game going and get the queen on the board. Also provide some safety here. And then probably I'll have to go d5 and take en passant. What a game. Nice move, king e3 by rook boy. Was not able to punish it. Ooh, this is a blunder, I feel like. I think he should have taken en passant there. Yeah, now we have made the pin there. Fun game. Nice to have that king walk. Right, Metzer again. Let's try something else this time. Let's go bishop b4. And there's so many possibilities here, so let's just wait what he does. Okay, he goes for queen e2, bishop b5, which is a very respectable system. Okay, bishop g5, expecting pawn at e5 maybe. Okay, not yet. Then we'll go take c3 and put a knight on e4. Take, take, take. Is some sort of variation where he takes my queen and I take his queen. Yeah, indeed, Ominous. It's yeah, it's been a lot of followers today. Good to see the support there, guys. And following is free, of course. So. Okay, bishop takes f6. Let's take with the queen. And if he takes here, I'll take back with the pawn. If he takes twice, then I have some sort of initiative. So probably he will try to arrest my queen somehow. Okay, he does not. And now we have some play on his queen. And he could still try bishop at g5, but then I'll take e4 and then f3. And now I'll take f3 as well. Knight takes d4, yes. If you take, bishop at c3 wins the rook. And the queen is hanging, so. But he finds a good move, covering c3, so I'll have to take the queen. And now he's trying to figure out if there's something here. Knight at g7, king d8, pawn to e7. But I think I'm just fine blocking here on d6. He needs another knight to really harass me here. For example, pawn at e7 and then knight f5 and then knight at d5 would have been annoying. But if he takes this one, he is well, definitely checkmated. Or at least I'll be able to put a lot of pressure on him. So maybe you have to find some way to put these bishops and queen on the board in a defensive manner. Because I have lots of threat. Pawn at d2 probably is annoying. Knight at d2. Okay, let's start with pawn at d2. Point is that my knights will probably come to f4 and c4 if you take either one of them, and then it's just very tough. So yes, he's trying to avoid that. But now I'm threatening to take on g2 if he blocks, and then the knight can come to f4. Okay, so now the knight comes to the f4 anyway. And now we need to find the checkmate. Okay, knight at c4 seems it. Queen c1, yes. Okay, queen at b2 seems probably is sufficient here, but knight d3 wins immediately, clearing up this pawn. If you take it, then queen at b2 and queen d2. Either way, doesn't matter. And if you move the king, well then, to either of these squares, the same mating. So knight d3, clearing c2 square. And you don't even use the c2 square, but you just need to be able to go around it. Yeah, thanks, Ominous. Oh, moving a bit too quickly there and dropping an early pawn. Okay, let's go queen d4. Okay, but basically I'm just a pawn down now by my slip in the opening there. Okay, let's put a bishop on h6. Yes, he puts a bishop on h8. And we move the queen out of this pin. Okay, and now he has his extra pawn and he has to try to find a use for it. Okay, so knight g5, what's that about? Maybe he wants to go something like this. Oh no, let's just go knight e4. Because, yeah, bishop takes c3 was also on. I don't know if he wanted to play it, but may have just been a good move. Okay, I'll trade. I'm tempted to play knight at e6 now, but let's just go rook e1 first. Ooh, I've allowed knight at f5 though. Yeah, good move. Missed that. Okay, I'll take on g7. Ooh, he takes back immediately. Did not expect that. Now I can save my queen if I want to. And I think that's a good idea to save the queen. Putting it on g4, where it's, well, it's in between a lot of pieces, but it's not that easily harassed. And maybe I can use it on the light squares as well, because knight at e6 or bishop at e6 is still a bit annoying. But okay, his bishop is gone from h8, so the king will be safe on h8 with a lot of pieces covering the dark squares here. So I should not be carried away in the attack, but at least opening up some squares here will be interesting. Okay, trades. And now knight at f5. Seems very strong, as well as knight at e7. And it does not do that much though. Knight at f5 doesn't indeed threaten, does threaten something. Knight at e7 he can just move. Alright, let's see what to do here. Maybe just knight h4. Okay, or take g7. Yeah, let's take g7, see how he wants to take back. If he takes back with the bishop, I'll try to go in here. Because now I have a knight. If the king moves to h8, knight at f7 might be available. Expecting something like knight at h6, yes. It's a good move, covering a lot of important stuff. I don't think a queen sacrifice is just justified just yet, so I'll have to move the queen. Oh, but on the other end, maybe I can just take f7 first. Let's do that. Yeah, bishop at e7 was also an idea before, you're right, but I thought he could just take the knight on f5 then, and take my queen next. But maybe it was on. Okay, but now e7 is on. It's got to be annoying. With some rook at f8 ideas later on. Giving up the light squares for now, but where to move the queen? Take is probably okay for me. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's go like this and rook at d8. Take the bishop. If you take bishop at f7, e6, forks. So maybe he tries to go in here, but I think he's a bit slow here with bishop at h3 or bishop at g4 pawn at h3 ideas. So yeah, see, this is looking scary for black. He decides to go for it. Now I have two queens, so even queen at f7 is on. So I guess you have to defend against that. Good move. Now bishop at e8 leads to mate after rook at queen at f8, I was going to say. He's finding defenses still. This is a miss by him. Yeah, he resigns. He missed that I could have taken this rook. Too much pressure there. Okay. Yeah, cat poachers is really tenacious, I think is the good word there. Tenacious defender. It's really tough to beat him. You have to beat him like a couple of times in a game. Where you think you're just better and then he's getting the better of you still. Let's go rook f1. He can take here, and I'll take back, and then he can try something like this, but I can always take with the queen. So I think rook f1 is fine, and then king back. And usually against these kind of bishop sacrifices, it's okay to go rook f1, king g2. Okay, but he has found something. Nice move, pawn d2. I guess I'll counter sacrifice. And go knight g5. And then take back. If knight g4, now this comes with check. Oh, king g1. So maybe he'll try something else. Yes, bishop g4 played. This is on. If you take here, knight at e6, wins the queen at least, maybe more. Okay, let's just go for this because this knight is defending back home, so we can figure out how to do this. Okay, he does not even want this. Okay, then we'll take here. So he has to make a king move here. If I take here, bishop here. Yeah, I think I'm safe there. Problem is for him that I can just run back to this one. He only has one diagonal piece to create something here, and he has to watch out for f7 stuff. Let's see, I think just taking this one is the most clean way. He still only has one bishop. And clearly he can it's too much to take the queen here. That can't be good. So now I have an extra knight to use at d7 or d5 I mean. And as soon as the king moves to d squares, I pick up the bishop with check. And now it's over. The queen on b5. Okay. Okay. 150. A little under 3 hours to go. Don't know if I will play the whole thing. 6 hours is really long. But I'll keep going for a while at least. And we have Dampu again, who beat me last game. H5, yeah, principle to try something there. And it's also a nice idea to tuck your bishop back at h7. So it's looking a bit odd maybe, but I think it's a good move. Maybe not that early in the game, but at least it's a good concept. Okay, let's go bishop g2. Something like this. And Dampu is trying to refute my opening here. And he's doing a good job so far. Okay, this one I'll take. And put the bishop back. Okay, but knight e4 is still very annoying. Knight e4, yeah. Or trade and then go knight e4. So I'm gonna defend against that with pawn at d3. Pawn at f3, then pawn at h3 is annoying. If pawn at h3, I want to preserve the square f3 for my bishop. But nice play so far. Really going into the opening, taking time. We both used over a minute, including the increment, with our first 10 moves. And that's why this 3+2 time control is nice. You can really get into the game. Okay, I've basically two options here: going back or sacrificing. I like the sacrifice. Let's just go for it. e4. Maybe a bit too much. But okay, let's go. Let's go e4. Try to abuse these light squares. You can of course just take it and take it again. Or pawn at h3 in between. Okay. I think I'll take this one then and take e6. And then, yeah, take e6. If he takes back, maybe queen e2. But at least rook g1 is always fine. Yeah, rook g1. And now this is a bit scary. A knight on g6 already is very strong. So he has to watch out for his knights now. But then again, I'm also not that safe here on f3. Okay, bishop at f1, covering the pawn on g2. Let's go with bishop f3. Keeping the option open of taking this if I want to. As well as maybe getting a rook for f7 or something like that. Just a multi-purpose move. Also defending e4. Knight at e4 might be annoying, but now it's a bit less attractive. So yeah, we'll see what he comes up with. Time is coming, ticking down. Queen e8, okay, queen g6, queen e6. I'll have to defend this. I'll defend it like this. And then maybe pawn at f7 next. I think queen at e7. It doesn't matter either way. Knight at g6 is annoying. Pawn at f7, now he wants to take. Good idea. Let's see. Take bishop g4. Tough. Okay, let's go pawn at e5. Block this. Can I take here? Probably, but don't think it's not necessary to risk everything here. Yeah, taking here. And knight at g6. Knight at g6 comes in the end. Yeah, so both our kings were very exposed, but his king was yeah, well, his king was not that more exposed than mine, but he was suffering on the clock. And usually it's easier to attack quicker than to defend quicker. Okay, Rekostrov. We have not seen him this tournament, or at least not against me, but he's sneaked into 6th place there. Okay, let's try this h5 idea by my previous opponents. And this is one of the ideas, that your bishop can go back to h7. And then you get your bishop out on h4 and maybe create something there. Okay, let's go knight g4. Trade a piece here. At next, bishop at f6 maybe to arrest this one. He's maybe looking to sacrifice on d5. It's a bit hard to stop that anyway, so we'll just let him. And let's take on d4. He can take on b7, then I'll castle. I give up a rook. But I'll have interesting play here. Could take this one, for example. Pawn at e3 also comes to mind. Pawn at g5 even. Yeah, let's go pawn at g5 first. Dislocate the bishops a bit, not supporting each other anymore. Then I'll take c2. And also, if knight takes c2 before this, then maybe pawn at g6 was annoying. Something like that. And if I take, he takes with the knight, and then the queen is hanging. Right, let's not give up the queen that easy. That's one of the ideas, and pawn at e3 is also still one of the ideas. Because I feel like this f2 square is the weak point of his position. Okay, let's go for it now. Rook takes c7, I'm not scared of that, or any other rook move. Basically, you have to go one of these to cover your bishop, and I'm just getting in on f2, or maybe a rook on g1 will even help me. Let's take. Okay, let's see, a rook on g1, he can just take with his queen as well. Let's go like this. Just clear up this. And let's see how he intends to continue. Good move. That's a forcing move. Really good move, because if he can take and then go rook d8. Okay, I'll have to try something bold here. He needs to take with the bishop, then I'm or take this one first, but he needs to take with the bishop, then I'm just dead. I expect him to find that, yeah, okay. Let's resign. It was just one last trick trying that. If he took with the queen, I might have something. Good game by Rekastrov. And we have Crazyhouse again. Yeah, expecting the berserk already. And I'm not on a streak or anything like that, so. Already trying to win material. He will sack on f2, I expect. Okay, he does not. Then we'll defend f2. Let's see if we have some sort of trickery here. I don't think so, so let's just go like this. Queen takes f2 might be dangerous, probably is. So let's go e3. And now we put in the bishop. What piece to take here? Alright, I'll take the knight. Because now knight e7, bishop at h6, ideas. It's looking strong. Then this knight can come into e4 as well. Okay, and this is just inviting bishop takes g7 stuff. And mate already. Thanks for the follow, by the way, Thieves Loose. Appreciate it. Alright, tea in summer. And if this is an account by a player who I think it is, then this is a very strong player. And well, his rating also says that he is strong, so I have to be careful here. He's already trying to get in something here. Let's take with the queen. That way we are protecting important squares. And I'm tempted to play h6. Yeah, let's just do it. The sacrifice won't be as good, so he probably has to move back. And then I've gotten some minor victory by pushing his knight back. And then I can start developing my bishop and use this one maybe. He's taking his time though, maybe he's found some other idea. Okay, he was just thinking about where to put his knight probably. Okay, if he takes, then a knight on h5 is annoying, so I'm putting the bishop on g6. If I took myself, and then he would have taken back with the knight and be annoying on f6. But now I can control this. If a knight on e4, I can even take twice if I want to, but I can also just go bishop e7 or bishop g7. Okay, d5. Knight at h4, I feel like disrupting his defense here. And forced rook g1 at least. And now bishop g7. Castle this way probably. He might try something like sacrificing a piece here and then a pawn on c6, which is interesting. Something to keep in mind. So yeah, okay, knight at d4 comes. Looking at this square, certainly. But now I can take this one, I feel like. Yeah, let's just go for it. Because he has no pawns, so maybe pawn c6 might be annoying to trade, and then my queen is on c6 and he puts another knight on d4 and maybe a new bishop on c6. Okay, knight f5. Take with the knight. And then I'll take with the queen. Prevent knight h5. But he's winning a tempo here. Because basically we've just traded the pieces here that were here on the side, and he is now the move. Okay, interesting. I'll take. If I take, he repeats with knight at d4. And then bishop at c6 comes, as I said before. So I will not take. Let's move to d8. I could have moved to e7, but then knight at f5 came, attacking like this, and that's annoying. But he has found a new way to harass me. He's getting the most out of his compensation, that's for sure. Okay, let's go knight at e7, cover both bishops. As well as maybe take c6, if it's possible. And now I'm looking at e3 as well. That might be useful. Okay, let's go for e3. Take the queen. Yeah, why not? Let's move to e7 first. Once the knight goes to f5, then I can take the bishop safely. Okay, now I make him use the knight on e2. So otherwise I take his rook with check. Okay, he moves his knight back. That's possible as well. Right, let's go knight at b4. Knight at f5 is threatened, watch out. I'll take the bishop. He was threatening knight at f5. Should not go to e7, if possible. And now I'm threatening pawn d2 as well, with mating ideas. So a tough game here. Will come down to the time trouble. Knight at f4 is probably coming. Okay, now I have to go for this. I think knight at f4 was the way to go there. Okay, rook b1. Yeah, rook b1. Oh, he had to move back, I believe. Now he's made it. I guess. Maybe not. f5, covering e4. That's important. I think I have it now. Let's see, like this. And a little queen maneuver there. Alright, let's get some, just getting some energy. Already 3.5 hours of play. Happy ZH, let's berserk. Okay, let's just stick to the usual stuff here. Bishop h7. And bishop, okay, knight b5. Good idea. We'll move back the bishop. Bishop f4, rook c8, h6 is one of the ideas here. Maybe he'll sacrifice, but I expect not to. And now we'll just go g5 very boldly. These pieces are defending well, so if pawn at g7 comes, just rook g8. Okay, g4. I'm going to try to use this rook somehow. If you take now, bishop takes c2 for example. So I guess king h1. Okay, but he accepts this. Take the queen. Let's see, rook takes h4, g3, knight g4. Yeah, let's not overthink this. Maybe he can take with the king though. Let's see if he takes with the king. Yes, he does. Pawn at f4. Should go back, pawn g3. Okay, let's see. Knight h5 to start. The good thing is as soon as he moves to the d file, I'll take this defender with check. And he has to move there now. If he doesn't, if he moves to this square, queen at f3 is mate. And if here, queen at f5. So you have to move to the d file to prolong the game, and then I'll take this knight with check. And that's gonna be tough to come back from. Okay, sacrificing the rook. I'll take it. I have to be precise here, but it's not that much time. Okay, now we get in. Maybe he's still okay though. Time. I'm thinking too long here. Too slow. I had mate. I was banking him, taking like this maybe. But knight at d2, queen at b1 was made. I had the wrong piece in my hand there. Okay, well, that's what you get for berserking. Yeah, I thought a bit too long there in the end. But okay. Cat poacher. I'm comfortably 60 points ahead, so a few losses I can manage. Let's go for this b4. It's of course it's just giving up a pawn, but in chess it's also a known gambit. But you get a nice piece play. The rook comes out maybe. And usually gets black off guard with this. Okay, d4. Because already I have a pawn in the center now, an open rook and a knight developed. And basically black needs to start his development. Still. And knight f7 also runs into pawn at e5 already. Okay, let's do bishop b5. And maybe d5 at some stage. Maybe pawn at e5. Anyway. But actually, probably it's better to leave the pawn in hand for now and try to just play it out with the pieces. Pawn at b4, okay. If here, then he wants to go knight, queen d5. I guess. But that's fine, but because I have queen e2. Defending both pieces. Okay, but he could go pawn at g4 here. And maybe take here. Okay, but now he wants to go in d7. Or a bishop d7 and wants to go in on d4. So let's want bishop c4 back maybe, but then he can just take d4. Could also just castle. Castle also seems just fine. Yeah, let's just castle and sacrifice d4 if he wants it. Take d7, take d4. And then his queen will come on d4. And these pieces are still undeveloped. Okay, so he goes bishop e7. Then we'll try to get aggressive. Bishop e7 I think is a good move. Knight g3 back, opening up the e file. Maybe get d5 in. Yeah, let's go d5. Take c6, knight e5, arrest his queen. Yeah, that seems just really annoying. Don't know really what he's gonna do about that. Maybe he'll try to counter somehow. Pawn g4 or something. Okay, he just leaves it. I'll take then. And knight e5. And with knight f6 the queen also has no squares left, so I just win the queen now. Could look for more maybe. Just taking here and bishop at c6. That keeps the initiative. Yeah, let's try that. So otherwise he takes over the h file and he might get some initiative going, and now I'm just keeping threats, and even knight e5 still will harass the queen. Okay, knight c3, good disrupting move, I guess. Queen d2 though, following up on the pin. Now we take, and we get knight e5 in. Yes, take the queen. Queen at c6, win the rook. Yeah, now we have a bunch of material which we can use. Let's just start by taking this pawn here. I think I can even get away with this one. Take here, knight at b8, ideas. Okay, still sacking the queen for a pawn at d7. There we go, knight at b8. And this is gonna be game over. Yeah, he resigns. Alright, 161 points. And the top two players are no longer playing, so it's looking good for me. But I'll just to be sure, I'll play on a bit. I'm already feeling a bit tired, so I probably won't be, I will be quitting in about half an hour or something like that. Also a bit depending on if somebody decides to play again. Because it would be nice, of course, to defend the shield. Okay, let's go rook g8. Ooh, knight d5 might be a good move. Can't take it because of this, so I have to watch out for that. He probably wants pawn at d5, so let's just go pawn d5 myself here. And the knight can't retreat to c3, so it has to go to a non-ideal square, or it has to sacrifice itself. This is a good idea. Knight at c5 now. Right, getting creative. Queen takes f7. And of course just taking this one. What we'll take with the bishop. And bishop at c4. Looking risky. This he can take on d5. Take on c6 maybe. Okay, he takes on b7 instead. Maybe should have gone knight a5, that I could take back with the knight. Some extra coverage. Very strong play so far by xmox. Should be able to win this, I believe. But okay, that's often where the hard part begins, winning the one position. And yeah, I guess bishop takes d5, sacrificing the queen should be enough. Even it's time for a move like pawn here. Alright, let's run. Yeah, but even now he can just, he probably is mate, but even now he is safe if he wants to. But yeah, knight at c4 is mate in a few moves. Any check here, knight here, bishop there. Well done by xmox. Okay, a bit of a bad streak. We have CIW, let's see if he wants to berserk. Let's try to get some berserks in, just to keep the energy going. Let's go queen e2. Maybe I should have gone queen e1 instead. Okay. Let's not ponder too long on that. Let's go f4. Rook b1 in between just to be annoying. Bishop at f3, covering bishop at g4. Still coming though, yes. Now we'll try to get in on the dark squares. I'm sacrificing way too much here, but okay. We are berserking. So then you are allowed to be a bit crazy. Yeah, I'm just lost here. Queen at g1 is mate in 2. Okay, not seeing it just yet. So we'll keep on going then. Okay, now he surely sees the mate. And tea in summer again. Looking at d5 now. To sacrifice a piece for 2 pawns, and then maybe pawn at h6. Let's attack. Let's leave this pawn here. So now knight e2 is threatened. Now just move back. Won the piece back basically. So I can just calmly try to push the advantage here. Problem for him is that if he takes knight at f6, he is safe on h8, but he also loses the queen. So that's a bit tough to deal with. Okay, nice move. Knight is still covered though. Okay, let's take. Knight at f3 and taking on f1 was a threat. Let's take again. Now this move in between. And queen d1 back. You'd think I should be able to take the queen now, but maybe I'm not. Let's do it. Let's just do it though. Pawn at d7 in between. Ah, he's taking my rook. Ah, that's bad. Okay, let's take here. Okay, got him on the clock. Yeah, dirty flag. But, oh well. The level of game is decreasing a bit after 4 hours of play. Alright, but Miranda is already on a break for a long time, and Rekastrov is way behind. Okay, 007. Coming in with bishop g5. Let's harass that immediately. Bishop at e5, then I was going to go like this. Okay, put a bishop on h5, prevent knight at h5, basically. Yes, this is inviting a sacrifice here. Let's go for that. Knight at g4 and pawn at e3 looks strong. And now pawn at h3 even. Knight f2 coming. And maybe knight e3 even is strong as well. I think knight e3 is mating almost. Knight e3, block h5. Yeah, let's go for that. Looks cute. Could take the bishop, but I'll take here and I'll take f3. But I guess he's safe on g1. Okay. Maybe it was just a bit too much. Oh, he's safe on f2 as well. Okay, it was a bit too much. Knight e3, unnecessary. Just knight f2, pick up the queen, would have been the clean way to play it. But okay, this is on, so you have to sacrifice a piece back here. And then still some queen takes g3 ideas are on. So not at all easy to defend this. Don't know, maybe. Don't know what to do here. If I was white, maybe bishop at e5. If I take, and then say, well, how do you continue? Okay, he takes. I want to take on g3. Yeah, let's just go for it. Knight at e4 looks so strong. Let's see, pawn here. And he has to sacrifice his queen next move, if he moves back. Okay, he moves up, then let's see. He wants to take d5 somehow. Okay, let's preserve the pawns in hand. Yeah, maybe bishop at d6 was better indeed, but I think I spotted mate here as well. Maybe not. Probably not. Wow. I thought I'd mate here, but I clearly don't. Or maybe I do. Bishop at f5. Yes, I do. Okay. I forgot about bishop at f5. I thought he could run to t3. I thought bishop at d5, but bishop at f5 was the move I was thinking before. Yeah, but bishop d6 was also a good move. Evil Nalu. Blocking off the retreat and then checkmating. It's probably a bit easier than the way I had pictured it. But sometimes I tend to pick the hard way and then get lost in the variations. But not getting punished for it this time around. Okay, let's put a knight on g4 and get a sort of pawn majority here if he wants to go like that. He just wants to take my bishop. Right, that's fine. Then we'll cover h4. If he wants to trade, then maybe the rook comes to h1. I've got to move quicker, way quicker than I'm doing now. Forgot I berserked. Trying to open up the h file. Oh, you should not have done that. It was my only trick, basically. He was crushing me on the light squares. The knight at g4 idea was just bad. But now he's forced back to the back rank, and then I take the queen, and queen at h7 is threatened. So you have to defend against that. And then I can just move the queen. Let's take here. Take once more. Knight at h4. If I move to g1, then he can take here and move my my knight from to f3. So I have to move to f1 then. Preserving the mating threat. But just knight at h7 is defending it. And actually after that I'm not winning on the spot. So there's still a bit of work to be done then. Queen takes c7 probably. So yeah, knight at h7 is the only move here, I believe. Maybe we'll try some check or something, but that won't work, I guess, because I have plenty of time. Yeah, there we go. Take here. Take this one. Okay, knight of 6 is a huge threat, so you have to take this knight. Okay, he does not. I had a mate planned with queen takes f8, but not necessary. So yeah, got lucky there that he allowed that knight g5 move. Was just a cheapo. Alright, CIW. Getting one more berserk in. Playing quickly. Going for the knight g1 idea. Alright. We'll just move our pieces around. Let's go knight a5, knight c4. Ooh, allowing the sack there. Okay, I'll take first. Threaten to take on g3, and then I'll take the queen. Take the rook, I guess. Yeah, looks good. Hey Chuck and David. This knight is a bit awkward, so trying to lure the king to h2. He cannot take this back because then knight g4 is made. Okay, but he's found a good defense. Bishop at f5. He can just repeat then. Need forcing stuff here. Lol, maybe I'll just draw. Okay. 26, David. Yeah, too little time to find the mate here. Or at least the attack. Maybe he had a good defense. Okay, and that's one of the ways to get a draw in Crazyhouse. There is a way of repetition. Okay, Ray Kostrov again. Let's see. Okay, let's go d5. And again playing against my own system here. Seems like it's gained some popularity, this d4 and knight of 3 g4 system. I want to take here, but there are some sacrifices on d5 then looming. But okay, we'll accept that. Bishop takes d5, for example. Okay, first creating safety. Let's go queen c5. Maybe get crazy on f2. Right, I'll take. Problem is that if he goes like bishop, if he takes with the queen, I mean, then I can go knight at h3. And I guess he realized that just before he took on d5. Trying to cover d5 as long as possible. He wants to trade queens. I don't want to trade queens. Queen at d7 would have been mate, of course. Of course I could have covered it against it, but I just don't want to allow him to get that much counterplay. I want to force the queen away and then go after f2. So yeah, he has to think about how he wants to sack his queen here or just accept the consequences. Okay, he goes knight here. Let's take that. And then take the queen. Guess he's thinking about taking here. Yes. Does he have any mating ideas? Maybe he has bishop at d7. This is possible then. Okay, so let's go knight at f2. Bishop at d7, maybe I can take even and just move to c8. And knight at f2 is threatening mating ideas. This is, what is this? It's dislodging the defense of this one. Okay, I'll take. And knight at h3. And yeah, you have to take. Definitely you have to take. Oh, let's not pre-move this. Queen at h1 is made into. Alright. I'll go to I'll try to get 200 points and then I'll call it a day. Queen f4 is a testing move here. Yes. Knight h5. Queen g4. Okay, he wants to trade queens. I'll go for that. Problem is his king is a bit stuck in the middle now. Of course you can't castle here because then queen at h7 is mate in 1. So I will try bishop at h5 and harass this. Okay, but bishop at g5, good move. Looking at d2, so let's just go knight h5. Looking at g7. He has no pawns for d2, so I should be safe there. Oh, he castled into the mate. Yeah. Self-mate in 1 Alright. Ray Kastrov again. Just with one game in between, but since Miranda isn't playing, we will get paired a lot. Because we are the top 2 players still going in this tournament. I think the way to go there is to trade on d5 and go knight e5. Because now I get a bunch of trades. Oh, he's sacrificing his queen. I'll take the bishop. And block on e4. Okay, develop, expecting bishop at b5, then I'll have to cover this again. Yes, let's go bishop at d6, knight f3. Is an idea there. He does get a lot of material for the queen though. But alright, I guess I'm going for this since I'm... Whoa, okay, that's... lol. Okay. That's sad. Just forgetting about this pin, which was important a few moves ago. Okay, now Rekastrov is just in the driving seat to win this. He just needs to figure out the right plan, I guess. Can even sacrifice his queen, maybe? Don't know. Queen takes. These types of moves are the only moves that give me some hope. Okay, but he's just slow playing it, as he should. Okay, let's build in a dirty trick. Rook, take the rook and rook at g1. Confident that he will spot this though. Knight at h3 is a good defensive move. Let's keep this threat alive. Rook d4. Okay. Well, let's try to be artistic then. And with these 2 bishops here. Could have gone pawn on d5 and prolonged the game, but... Good game. Alright, let's see. 21 more to go. At least I'll try to get, if it doesn't go well, I'll make quit a bit sooner, but okay, that's 21 points, should be doable. CAW. We drew last game. This is interesting, sacrificing your queen here. Let's not allow that too easily. Oh, he's going for it anyway. And it's good as well. very strong. Yeah, what to do here? Maybe I'll get safe somehow, but probably not. You can even take the rook. Yeah, I'll allow this. Good game. Just quicker, and I tried to match the speed, but that's not a good idea there. But oh well. There were bound to be some bad streaks in this tournament, and well, this one is, and this one as well. That's been pretty good. Right, Dorian Vengeance. Let's try to focus. Pretty normal setup so far. Let's go h6. Maybe I'll just leave the king in the middle now. For now. Go knight e5, cover here. As well as maybe going knight g4. Or this knight to g4. Also looks interesting. Okay, bishop at b5 played. Let's cover at d6. I want to keep this bishop into play. He might go e5 now. Okay, he does not. Thinking about taking here. Yeah, let's go for that. Take. So he has to respond first, I think, to this knight sacrifice. The idea is that I have some pressure on d4 after this. He only has knights, so. But maybe he goes e5. Oh, he goes sacking mode, alright. This gives up the queen. Knight at d6 is possible. Knight at d6, king f8, knight at g6, king g8, and here. Okay, should be safe. Playing a lot more on intuition now, as you may well may notice. Bishop d4, knight at g6 is nasty. But he can just, he should have blocked on. Maybe he could block here as well. I felt like he should have blocked on f2, was way safer. But I guess this is, I like a pawn basically. Okay, so we'll go g6, cover against the mate. What a wild position here. Pieces are flying all over the board basically. Probably pawn at f2 is safe. Yeah, I guess so. Maybe he's trying to figure out if something like pawn g7 is working. Maybe bishop at g3 is also fine. You can leave this rook alone. But yeah, okay, on the other hand, you need to find some counterplay soon. Otherwise, yeah, what are you doing here with these pieces? You need something on the dark squares. So Dorian trying to figure out stuff. Knight here, okay. Let's do this. Knight takes g6 is of course threatened. Let's take here. Take the rook. Yeah, let's just go for this. Pawn on g7 is coming and the sacrifice on g6, but I'll just try to find a way out. And hope my threat of knight at f2 and rook at g1 and stuff is going to be too strong here. He only has 2 pawns if he takes g6. The problem is he doesn't have any bishops left. Maybe he should have gone with pawn at f6. But okay. He finds a defense. Okay, good move. And I need to create a mating threat soon, because otherwise he just take my queen. Okay, so knight at f2. Okay, takes the queen. Rook here. Ooh, that's a mistake, I feel like. Yeah, this is mating. You should have blocked at f1. And then the sack here would have been enough. But now he's just going to get mated on h1. Okay, so we get the win in. Let's see who's up next. Cat Poacher again, alright, getting tough opponents back to back. Hi Spiruki, welcome. Okay, if he castles, then I'll go h4, I guess. So let's try to find a few useful moves that prolong castling for me. And he will try to do the same, I guess. Knight takes g3 is annoying. You want to take back with the h pawn, but then the rooks are loose. So just going like this. And he has a strong set of pieces guarding f6, but then again he's also a bit immobile. So let's keep it that way. Knight c5 is okay. e4 is threatened now. Or yeah, maybe it is not. Actually it's not. So let's just go bishop b5, king f8. Queen e2. Just slowly trying to improve my pieces. Maybe castle this way. And then maybe try g4 at some stage to disrupt these pieces. Yeah. But he has a strong bind here. Alright, I'll trade at least once. I don't really want to trade again twice, because then the bishop comes in here. The bishop on e7 is just a big pawn now, and if I can keep it that way, that will be nice. Okay, but cat poacher again coming in with a good defensive move. Bishop at d5. I almost feel like going knight d1 and just covering here, but it's really passive. But okay, let's try it, because I need to maintain e4. There might be some bishop takes e3 takes, knight takes e4 anyway, because if you take here, then the queen comes in to cover e4. So yeah, this probably doesn't even work. This bishop b5 move only helped him. But okay, now he gets me. I was going to go bishop d3 to cover here anyway, so he helps me now. He wants a knight for d4. So he may take here, then I have to take with the pawn. Not allowed knight to come to d4. Okay, bishop at d4. Piling up on the dark squares, so probably I need to get in on the light squares. Let's see. Light squares are also not that easy to penetrate here. So let's just keep fighting over the dark squares. Take with the pawn. Maybe go d4. Taking with the pawn did leave c2 open though, and these two squares, but okay, the queen is covering, the knight is covering. Okay, finally this comes in. This idea was already a few times in the position, I believe, but now cat poacher thinks it's the right time to play it like this. Okay, let's go bishop e4. Queen here, queen takes g2 ideas. I don't like that. Yeah, okay. He missed my idea. I'm switching to the light squares, and all his bishops are in dark squares, so I'll try to get in on the light squares now. wanting bishop at f7. Pawn at h5, take, queen h5 ideas. Okay, I'll take. Let's block this attacker here, and the bishop on f7 will be even more controlling more squares. Yeah, and this is looking over. Pawn here. Okay, now bishop at g6, queen at h7. So beating cat poacher again. Alright, so 2 in a row again. Andrei Kostrov, wow, on a very good streak. Oh, he beat me twice also, I guess. Oh, once, okay. He's getting some a string of games. So I might need to play on a bit longer. We'll see. Alright, CRW. Yeah, let's go with the berserk. Okay, 95. Okay, 95, fine. Open H file, open G file. Okay, he's closing them off. But still not so easy. Let's just move here. Knight takes f7 is tempting, but I don't think it's that much. Threatening to take here. Okay, this is good. Ooh, I wanted to take e3. That would have been a mistake. Rook d8. Okay, but we can go knight h3 and queen takes g2. Just slow play this. Put the bishop on a5. Rook h2. Maybe get this one in. Guess not. Right, we'll start to arrest that rook. I want to use this knight. Oh, I'm slowing down again. Okay, this is good. We have him. Okay. Good games. of good game by CRW, but this time I got the better of him. Let's see, Ray Kostrov on a very good streak. Okay, Dutchy 2000s. He will be very eager to beat me after last Friday's Elite Arena, where he got several good positions, but as you can see, he did not manage to win. Okay, let's take maybe knight at g5 first, and then if knight here, I could have taken it, but okay. We go like this. Let's get in rook b1. Okay, I'll take that. Ooh, that gives up the queen. Or yeah, he's threatening my queen as well, but king e7 is careless. So if you take my queen, pawn at c6, it is good. Alright. Let's go queen e1, save my own queen. Threaten to take the knight. And if the knight moves back, then pawn at c6 is annoying. So you probably have to cover this knight somehow. Maybe pawn at b4. Okay, pawn. You cannot take this. Queen at b5 is made. Let's see. I think we'll just take this pawn. Was thinking about some crazy bishop takes e4, knight at f5 ideas, but he can just save that. And trying to break open here seems way stronger. Getting queen b4, dislodge the defense of c7. Could have gone bishop a3 as well. But okay, the bishop is still on this diagonal. Okay, he blocks on the right square. Alright, let's get crazy. After all, it's Crazyhouse. The idea is knight at c8. And then the d7 square will be available after promoting to a knight again. So yeah, let's see how to defend against that. Maybe just cover e7 and knight at c8 and then just move back. Don't know. So something like knight at d7 or something. Yeah, okay, he goes knight at f6, then we'll go knight at c8. He's covering d7. It's also fine, I guess. will try to be annoying. Let's see, do we have a mate? At least we have queen at b7 and knight takes c8. Okay, knight b6 back. Okay, sack another queen. Yeah, and this should be enough. Let's see. Rook at d7. Yeah, this is good enough. Bishop f4. Okay. Yeah, a bit too fancy there with the queen sacrifices, unnecessary, but got me to victory in the end anyway. And Drake Ostrov still going strong. And we'll have Headstrong. Okay. He's fallen behind a bit. He was in 4th place, but now Happy ZH is taking over there. Okay, let's straight and go e4. And switch to a sort of e4 position. Let's go bishop b5. And trades and go rook e1. And now there's knight at f4 attacking these two bishops. He can take this one, but then I can take his bishop here. So I can also take with the bishop. But now I'm relatively safe. It's a bit shaky, but I feel like I should be able to survive this. He has no pieces left, and next I will go bishop at g3 if he does not try anything concrete here. Maybe I'll try some repeat here. Let's see what his intentions are. Oh, he might claim a draw. Let's quickly move. We don't want a draw again. Alright, bishop takes h3. And the knights will come to f3. Alright, but my knight will then come to e6. So, okay. If he takes here, I'll sacrifice my queen. His bishop is covering e6. I missed that. That's a bit unfortunate. But okay, still going for it with it. Taking the rook is possible. Yes. He has no knights, so I'm in no danger. d2 is covered. f1 is covered. Yeah, now rook here. Should be sufficient. And he resigns, not waiting for the mate. Queen at e8 there, and knight takes d5 was checkmate. Or if he ran to the king side, maybe not checkmate soon, but seems strong. Alright, cat poacher again. We're almost at our goal of 200 points. Alright. Okay, I feel like trading twice. Thanks for the follow, Yuri. Okay, maybe not trade twice. Maybe just go bishop at c6. Okay, I'll trade another time and go knight at e4. Try to pressure c3. And expecting bishop at c5. Then I'll go bishop at g6 for some safety. Or maybe bishop at c5 myself. Or just bishop. No, let's not go bishop at b2, because then queen b5. Okay, so bishop at c4. No bishop left to block. That's always nice. And now he needs to find a good square for these knights. Okay, he starts there. Let's make these trades. And the knight on e4 again. Now I'm winning a pawn here. If the queen moves here, bishop at d2. Okay, so we have managed to win a pawn. And he has not yet started to attack my position here. Alright, let's go bishop at f5. Not allow f5 by white. Or any silly queen sacrifices later on. And pawn at g6 even. Just want to remove the queen from this diagonal. And well, the queen, he has to trade queens almost. Okay, he can go to f3. I missed that. Okay, bishop e4. Just keep harassing the queen. Okay, and now we'll take d3. Knight e4 maybe. Extra solid here. Got to watch out for d7. Maybe pawn d7 was not so good. Okay, but now he fixes it immediately for me. I'll trade. Just checking if I can run. I think I can. Pawn at c6, I could take that. And now he cannot take the queen with check. And queen at h1, knight e4 is a mating idea. He may have got out at knight at c5 covering against that. But I guess he missed this. Bishop e2 mates. Alright, we have 200 points. That is gonna be it for me today. Okay, and I believe 67 points in what is it? A little over an hour. Will be too tough. Will be too hard. So I'll leave you in the capable hands of Pepe Lou, who is also streaming this tournament. And thank you so much for all the follows today and for the support. And I will hopefully see you next time. Probably sometime later this week. Goodbye, guys.